attention, please. The opening ceremony of Oceanic and Southeast Asian Navigators Auctions International Conference will be commenced shortly. Please kindly be seated. Once again, the opening ceremony of Oceanic and Southeast Asian Navigators Auctions International Conference will be commenced shortly. Please kindly be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the opening ceremony now begins. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Namo Buddhaya, and greetings for all of us. Honorable Rector of Udayana University, Steering Committees of Auctions, Professor Marianne Klemmer from University of Leiden, Monica Carmen, University of Tartu, Hugo Reyes Contino, University of Tübingen, Maximilian Lorena from Uppsala University, and Daniel Lawson from University of Bristol, the Dean of Faculty of Humanities, Udayana University, the Head of Committee of Auctions International Conference, Vice Deans of Faculty of Humanities, Udayana University, the head of postdoctoral of linguistic, Udayana University, the head of chairs, delegates from Philippines, the University of San Carlos, Antonio de Manila University, City Government of General Santos City, Colegio de San Agustin Bacolod, cultural communities in Bangsamoro Autonomous Region and Muslim Mindanao, Davao Medical School Foundations Incorporate, Pago State University, St. Paul University Surigao, Kaliwat Performing Artists Collective, Local Government of Tuboli, South Cotabato, National Commission on Indigenous Peoples, National Museum of the Philippines, Pangasinan State University, Lingayen Campus, Philippines, Provincial Government of Benguet, and Ramon Magasa Memorial College. From United States delegates, Kentucky University, and Thai delegates, Naraswan University, and from French delegates, French National Center for Scientific Research, from Sexia delegates, Palaki University, from Australia delegates, Adelaide University, Australia National University, Toulouse University, and from Indonesian delegates from National Research and Innovation Agency of Indonesia, Tirta Wacana Christian University, and Tribuana University of Wakabi, and University PGRI Mahadewa, Indonesia, all VIP invited, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and welcome to the opening ceremony of Oceanic and Southeast Asian Navigators Auction International Conference. Today, 21st July 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Teja Arini, and it is both an honor and a pleasure to guide you through this session today. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Udayana University, we would like to extend our warmest welcome to distinguished ladies and gentlemen for joining us today. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we sincerely thank you for your presence and participation in this important event. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to the main agenda, please kindly rise to the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, please kindly remain standing. Now let us take a moment of silence for prayers. Time is yours. Amen. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please kindly be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, as our warm welcome, we would like to present a Balinese welcoming dance. This dance illustrates the beauty and the importance of knowledge or vidya as a source of life or mahamarta. This dance was choreographed by Nimade Arsiniwati and the late Iwayan Prata as the composer to be presented to the Faculty of Humanities, which is the forerunner of Udayana University and is the center of social science or Vidya in the field of humanities. Ladies and gentlemen, what makes this moment even more special is that the performance will be brought to life by our talented students of Udayana University. Through their dedication and artistry, they continue to preserve and celebrate the rich heritage of Bali. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Pendet Widya Mahamarta. is a welcome address from the Dean of Faculty of Humanities, Udayana University, a PhD. To Mr. Dekan, time is yours.
To reconstruct, for example, the people movement and ethnic interaction. So that's why we fully support our faculty to participate in the project, and we fully support the conference today and tomorrow. Before I end my part, I would like to thank the setup committee for their commitment and hard work. Without it, this event would be possible. If any inconvenience, I apologize. I end my part with Paramasanti Om, Shanti, Shanti, Shanti Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, nama budaya, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Rahayu, Rahayu, Rahayu. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dean, and please kindly be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, our next agenda is the introductions by the representative of OCSEAN. To Honorable Professor Dr. Marian Klama, time is yours.
Selamat pagi, Om Swastiastu. Good morning, everyone. Atas nama Konsorsium Penelitian OCSEAN dan tuan rumah konferensi di universitas di sini, dengan senang hati saya menyambut Anda semua dalam OCSEAN konferensi ini di Denpasar, Bali. Permisi, saya akan melanjutkan dalam bahasa Inggris agar semua peserta dapat mengamati pidato ini. So, on behalf of the OCSEAN Research Consortium and our generous host here at Udayana University, my great pleasure is to welcome you all to this conference here in beautiful Denpasar, Bali, and a special welcome to Professor Engineer Ketut Sudarsana, Rector Universitas Udayana, and Professor Nyoman Arya Wibawa, Dean of the Faculty of Humanities in Udayana, the Vice Dean of the Faculty, and also the Kepala Departemen Linguistik. And we are also especially welcoming and delighted to such a diverse and distinguished group of scholars and experts and speakers gathered in one place, coming from across the Philippines, Indonesia, Europe, United States, UK, Papua New Guinea, Estonia, Australia, and maybe I forgot several countries. So welcome to you all, and we are delighted to see so many people with different backgrounds in scholarly disciplines or work experiences, to explore the intersection of anthropology, linguistics, archaeology, genetics, and data science in this conference. The OCSEAN project group grew out of a shared recognition that if we want to understand the history of Southeast Asia, the population history and also the social history, migration history, we do need to collaborate across disciplines. So we need collaboration to talk about language, narrative structures, orthography, speech communities, and syntax, but also population contact and history, the oral microbiome, ancient DNA, nomads, and a lot more. And all of this is going to happen in the same space in this conference. That's really exciting and also essential. On behalf of the consortium, I had the privilege to work closely with our colleague here, Udayana, back in 2020 to set up a memorandum of understanding just before the COVID crisis hit. In Leiden, we had prepared everything to receive the group from the Philippines as well as from Indonesia for a 2-month training. We had really prepared everything, and then we had to cancel 2 days before we had to pay all the tickets and all accommodation. 2 days before we had to cancel everything. And after that, the world closed down for a long time. And I'm very happy that despite this crisis, OCSEAN project was able to get up again and going, and genuine partnerships have been built among people across nations and disciplines, built on curiosity, respect, and a shared belief that through collaborative research with local communities, we can find out and investigate a lot about our shared heritage as people. So over the next few days, we will see results from the linguistic data collection that OCSEAN field workers did in collaboration with local communities. And this involves not only work by linguistic researchers, but very importantly also by colleagues who are cultural workers or work in museums, also community members, because a huge amount of language data was collected by their efforts, and are currently being analyzed in conjunction with genetic data in Bristol. So we're also happy to see collaborations in the program of researchers in Indonesia and the Philippines. So within OCSEAN, there have been mutual partnerships have been developed, and we will learn about the fieldwork results, data analysis, and I hope we can all also join in conversations and get some inspiration from all the other colleagues who are here and the presentations that we are going to listen to. I am ending this short speech with a heartfelt thank you to our hosts of Udayana University. And of course, thank you very much for the organizing committee. I'm not going to list all the names, but they are in the abstract book. Thank you very much, and in particular, I would also like to thank the work of Professor Wayan Arka, who did such great work chairing the organizing committee, but is unfortunately unable to attend because of illness. And we are thinking of you, Wayan, and wish you a speedy recovery. And I would also like to especially thank our colleague within the steering committee, Dr. Monica Karmin, who in Estonia, who as coordinating PI of the entire OCSEAN project, together with the local organizing committee, did such great work to organize this conference here in Denpasar. And then finally, thank you all speakers, presenters, everyone who's present here, the contribution of your time, your energy, your effort, your ideas to this conference. And let's make this a memorable and meaningful conference together. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Plummer, and please kindly be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to our next agenda, that is the opening remarks by Director of Udayana University. To the Honorable Professor Insinyur Iketut Sudarsana SD, PhD, time is yours.
The Honorables, the steering committees of OCSEAN, Professor Marian Clemers, Ms. Monica Carmin, Mr. Hugo Reyes Centino, Mr. Maximilian Larena, and Mr. Daniel Lawson, Dean and Vice Dean of Faculty of Humanities, Udayana University, head and members of the committees, all delegates, all faculty members of the Faculty of Humanities, and ladies and gentlemen, Om Swastiastu, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, Shalom, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan untuk kita semua. Good morning and warm welcome to all of you to this significant gatherings of brilliant minds under the banner of the Oceanic and Southeast Asia Navigators, OCSEAN. Let me, for those of you who are the first time coming to Udayana University, I would like to introduce a little bit about our university. Udayana University was established in 1962. This year, we will celebrate 63 anniversary. And right now, we have 13 faculties and 1 graduate studies. Among them, we have 134 study programs, starting from humanities and technologies, exacta, and wide range of study programs. We are in Udayana University supported by 1,750 academic staffs. Among them, already got the recognition professors, about 245 staffs, and supported by the supporting staff, about 1,650. We have right now students, 35,000 active students for this semester. There's a little bit, we have 3 campuses locations. The first one in here, at the Faculty of Humanities, and then the second one at the Sudirman Street over there. And our biggest campus, Udayana University, is in Jimbaran. It's quite a little bit far, about 20 kilometers from here. So there is a little bit about Udayana University. As the rector, it is both honors and for me, on behalf of Udayana University, to welcome you to this important conference, an academic forum that celebrates and fosters multidisciplinary research and dialogue. OCSEAN stands as a unique and vital initiative, bringing together diverse disciplines such as linguistics, archaeology, literature, genetics, and many others to understand the rich and complex heritage of the Oceanic and Southeast Asia region. I'm proud to share that several of our academic staffs have been actively involved in this collaborative endeavor through summer school in Uppsala, Sweden, and Tartu, Estonia, as well as secondments in Bristol, United Kingdom. These meaningful experiences have not only enriched the expertise of our faculty, but also serve as living proof that OCSEAN is more than a network. It is a thriving community committed to advancing knowledge through international collaborations. Our staff have already joined collaborative training. Therefore, Udayana University fully support the establishment of the Center of Excellence for Cultural Innovation. This center aims to protect and document cultural traditions, language, ritual, arts, and knowledge at the local, regional, and national levels. It also seeks to inspire cultural innovations by encouraging new and creative ways to express and apply culture. This effort should be relevant to today's society and future challenges. The center will support interdisciplinary research as well as promoting engagement with communities. Lastly, it aims to strengthen global collaboration. I believe these centers will play a vital role in promoting cultural studies and fostering innovations rooted in tradition. Ladies and gentlemen, on these occasions, allow to express our deepest gratitude. May this it's related this possible. Sorry, the mic is not responsive to my voice actually. Hopefully my voice is more stronger than. Oh, thank you, the operators. My heartfelt thanks to go to OCSEAN Consortium for their continued support, especially for having provided research grants under Mary Skłodowska-Curie encouragement. I'm sorry if I wrong to spell these words. Number 87-873-2007, which have greatly benefited our faculty and broadened their research capacity. I would also like to extend sincere appreciations to steering and organizing committees whose dedications and tireless work have made this conference a reality. Your commitment behind the scenes ensures that the goals of OCSEAN can be meaningfully realized, and I'm deeply thankful for your efforts. Because of your efforts, I come today to this conference, to open this conference. Instead, actually, we have the other meeting today. But knowing this conference is very important, collaboration for the future, I take the chance to meet all of you in here. Looking ahead, I sincerely hope that our university can continue to engage in collaboration research within the OCSEAN community. Together, we can strive to preserve culture and help nurture cultural individuals, those who will contribute to making the world a better, more harmonious place. In closing, I wish this conference great success. May your discussions be insightful, your partnership enduring, and your outcome impactful for broader academic and global communities. Thank you very much. Om Santi 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 Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam Namo Buddhaya. May peace be upon us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rector. And we would like to invite Mr. Rector to come to the stage because our next agenda is the opening of the Oceanic and Southeast Asian Navigators International Conference by striking of the gong. We would like to invite Mr. Rector to come to the stage. Now we would like to invite the Dean of Faculty of Humanities, all the steering committees, the head of chairs, the head of postdoctoral of linguistic, head of Bachelor of English Literature, and the head of committee to come to the stage to accompany Mr. Rector. To Mr. Rector, you are pleased to open the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, the striking of the gong symbolizes that the Oceanic and Southeast Asian Navigators Auction International Conference is officially open. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a presenting of token of appreciation from Udayana University to the steering committee of auction. To Mr. Rector, you are pleased to hand over the token of appreciation to all the steering committees. Moving on, we will have a photo session. Please do come forward a little bit so we can proceed to the photo session. Right. Allow me to lead the photo in a 1, 2, 3. Once again, 1, 2, 3. Right, ladies and gentlemen, to all VIP guests, please join us here below so we can take the second photo session along with the participant. Right, to all the participants, please kindly rise so we all can have a photo all together. Once again, we would like to invite all the participants to kindly rise. To the photographer, please kindly come to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to take the photo. Allow me to lead in a 1, 2, 3. Ladies and gentlemen, give us your biggest smile, okay? In a 1, 2, 3. Once again, please say Bali, right? Okay, 1, 2, 3. Bali. Right, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, to all VIP guests. Ladies and gentlemen, please kindly visit it. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the photo session and token of appreciation concludes our opening ceremony today. And we would like to extend our gratitude to the Director of Udayana University along with all the VIP invitees for your presence and engagement throughout today's opening ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, we do hope that the presentation today will be held smoothly and successfully. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, along with we are waiting for the presentation session, we would like to inform you all that we provide coffee and snacks and tea and of course water outside of this room. So you can have it right outside of this room. Thank you.
cek. Cek cek cek. Navigators.
May I have your attention, please? Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation session will commence shortly. Please kindly be seated. Once again, the presentation session will commence shortly. Please kindly be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation session now begins. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to our long-awaited agenda, that is the presentation session. And in this session, we will explore the perspective in linguistics. We are very fortunate to be joined by a lineup of distinguished speakers who will share insights based on cutting-edge research and diverse linguistic landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, it is my privilege to introduce the moderator who will be guiding us through this session today. Ladies and gentlemen, our moderator this morning is none other than Daniel Frankie Kamenko, SPD, M.Ed, from Arta Wacana Christian University. And before that, we would like to remind for each speakers and each presentation will begin in 20 minutes and also ends in 20 minutes. So each of the speaker have 20 minutes, including the Q&A session. So without further ado, please welcome to the moderator. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you, MC.
Good morning, everyone. Again, my name is Frankie, so I'm going to be the moderator for this section. And let me give a little bit overview of this section will be. Each participant will have 15 to 17 minutes, like the moderator said, like 20 minutes. And then going to be 3 to 5 minutes for Q&A section. So after each participant finish, and then we'll back to the seat again, and then when all finished, and then we're gonna back to the stage to proceed the certificate. So we're gonna start with the first speaker. It's Laura Arnold from Australia National University. So you can have 15 minutes, and I'm gonna put the timer on it. So you can, your time now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So good morning, everyone. Selamat pagi, Om Swastiastu. Thank you very much to the organizers for the invitation. I'm absolutely delighted to be here. And I'm going to kick things off today by discussing a micro-study on the human history of the Raja Ampat archipelago. I'm going to draw together threads from linguistics, mainly from linguistics, archaeology, and also data from oral traditions to paint a nuanced picture of population dynamics in the archipelago over the last few thousand years. Next slide, please. So here is an outline of the talk. After a little bit of essential background, I'll be talking about the arrival of Austronesian speakers in the Raja Ampat archipelago, and then have a look to see what the linguistic data can tell us both about the quality of the languages spoken in the archipelago before Austronesian speakers arrived, and also about the quality of contact between Austronesian and these pre-Austronesian speakers before summarizing. Next slide, please. And the next one. So the Raja Ampat archipelago, as many of you know, next slide, is located just off the northwestern tip of New Guinea. Next slide. If we, yeah, oh, thank you. Oh, brilliant, thank you. Cool. If we zoom in on the archipelago, can't see the map very well, but there are 4 large islands, Waigeo in the north, Batanta and Salawati in the middle. What's the point? Oops, excuse me. Ah. Can I go back a slide? Back. Oh. Yeah, okay. And the pointer is where? Ah, there's the pointer. Ah. Excuse me. The up arrow goes back and the down arrow goes forward for anybody, any other speaker. So we have Waigeo Island in the north, Batanta and Salawati in the middle here, and Misol in the south. And all of the languages marked in green here, these are all Austronesian languages. So it's the Austronesian languages are the dominant languages spoken in the archipelago today. However, we know from the excellent work of Dylan Gaffney and his team of local archaeologists that there have been humans living in the archipelago for at least the last 50,000 years. And evidence for this comes from tree resin remains, which were manipulated by humans, and we can see that they were used as fire starters. These have been dated to at least 49,000 years ago. And there's also evidence that of continuous human occupation since that time. So on the right, you see these are charred tuber remains from about 13,000 years ago. But we know that the Austronesian languages haven't been there for the last 50,000 years. They're only very recent arrivals in the archipelago. So the question emerges, what was going on in Raja Ampat before the Austronesians turned up? We can be confident that the Raja Ampat languages spoken in the archipelago today are Austronesian for a few reasons. Now, I understand that not everybody in the audience is a historical linguist, so here's just a little bit of a reminder of the kind of evidence that we look for in historical linguistics to prove that languages belong to a language family. First is repeated, regular sound correspondences in basic vocabulary. So what we're looking for is not just similarities in vocabulary, but actual systematic correspondences in the vocabulary between 2 different languages, which can only be caused by inheritance from a common ancestor, as opposed to just a chance similarity or similarities due to contact. We're also looking for, hopefully, cognate paradigms. So this could be pronominal paradigms, cognate paradigms in subject or object marking verbal morphology, cognate paradigms in the possessive morphology, and so forth. And we see plenty of evidence that Raja Ampat languages are Austronesian. There are plenty of these regular systematic sound correspondences. So here, two representative Raja Ampat languages, Ambel and Maya, highlighted in yellow on this slide. I've compared these with several other very well-known Austronesian languages and with the Proto-Austronesian reconstructions. And we can see that there are regular correspondences. So, for example, every time Proto-Austronesian has a t, a t sound, or a l, an l sound, we see the reflexes in Raja Ampat are either t or l. And in Proto-Austronesian, if we see a p sound, a p sound, the reflexes in the Raja Ampat languages are f in the case of Maya and h in the case of Ambel. Now, this is very highly unlikely to be due to chance. It's unlikely to be due to borrowing. So from this kind of evidence, we can say with confidence that the Raja Ampat languages are Austronesian. And we can go further than that. We also have good evidence that the Raja Ampat languages belong to the South Halmahera West New Guinea sub-branch of Malayo-Polynesian. And the evidence for this comes from the defining criterion of the South Halmahera West New Guinea branch is an innovation which targeted the schwa sound in Proto-Malayo-Polynesian. So this is kind of like an sound. Did it keep going? Cool. So the schwa became an o in penultimate syllables and merged with a in final syllables. The Raja Ampat languages, they have some complications with regards to their reflexes of these sounds, but by and large, they do regularly reflect these sounds, so we can subclassify them as South Halmahera West New Guinea languages. And within South Halmahera West New Guinea, we can subclassify them with the Austronesian languages spoken in the Halmahera archipelago, which is around about 350 kilometers to the west. And this is based on the innovation of a verbal subject marking infix y, which marks a first singular or second singular subject in the verbal paradigms. So in a verb like mat, for example, mat means to die. If I want to say I die, that would be miat. So we put that y sound in there. And this is common to all of the Raja Ampat South Halmahera languages. And so that's where we classify Raja Ampat languages. We also see a marked change in the archaeological record around about 3,000 years ago in Raja Ampat. So, for example, we see the first appearance of pottery, which has designs very similar to that found in the Bismarck archipelago, all the way in the east of New Guinea. That appears around about 3,000 years ago. And we also see a transition from a more hunter-gathering, rainforest-based lifestyle to a littoral-based fishing and shellfish gathering lifestyle around about the same time, along with the appearance of red pigment rock art, which has been associated with Austronesian expansions elsewhere nearby. Okay, so we're satisfied that the Raja Ampat languages are indeed Austronesian, but we also have this evidence that there have been humans in the archipelago since 50,000 years ago. So what was going on in the intermediary time? We don't have a lot of evidence about the nature of the languages that were spoken, but we do have some really interesting little clues and hints about what was going on. The strongest evidence for what was going on in the pre-Austronesian languages in Raja Ampat comes from the systems of tone which are found in the Austronesian languages of Raja Ampat today. So all of the Raja Ampat languages are tonal. What I mean by this is that pitch, how high our voice is or how low our voice is used to make distinctions in vocabulary. So it does change the word, but it actually changes the meaning of a word. Famous Chinese and Thai, but we also find tone in these Austronesian languages as well. Tone is very rare in Austronesian, and this is something that I'll come back to in a minute. But first, I'll just show some examples of the tone systems of the Raja Ampat languages. So Ambel, spoken in the north of the archipelago, has the simplest tone system. It has one high tone, which contrasts with toneless syllables. So we get contrasts in minimal pairs. For example, the word tun with high pitch, which means moon, versus ton with low pitch, low rising pitch, which means thorn. Mat-Bat, which is spoken way down in the south of the archipelago, has an extremely complex tone system, so it contrasts 6 tones with toneless syllables. We see minimal sets like this, showing the contrasts between all of these different tones. I don't speak Magay Mat-Bat, so I don't know what these sound like, but you can see here the complexity of the tone system in Mat-Bat. And in the Maya and Salawati dialects, all of these dialects have two-way contrast between high syllables, which contrast with toneless syllables, leading to minimal pairs like Wawiyai Maya Nu, which means village, versus Nu, which means coconut. And we also have, interestingly, I'll just pop this here for any phonologists in the audience, the Maya dialects also additionally have systems of contraction stress, which means while tone is always predictably realized on the final syllable of the root, stress, the correlates of which are increased vowel length and more peripheral vowels, can fall unpredictably either on the final or the penultimate syllable of the root. So this is a really rare combination, worldwide, tone and contrastive lexical stress. There are some interesting historical implications, but I'm going to set that aside for the rest of this talk. Ask me about it in the Q&A if you'd like to know more. So, as I say, the tone in Austronesian languages is super rare, okay? So only around about 2% of Austronesian languages have been described as tonal. So the question naturally emerges, where did tone come from in these Austronesian languages? And if we compare the tone systems of Maya, Salawati Bata, Mat-Bat, Ambel, and As, we can see that the tone systems aren't cognate. In fact, thank you, we can see evidence that tone was innovated in these languages at least twice. Okay, somewhere in an ancestor of the Maya Salawati languages and somewhere in an ancestor of Ambel. That's as far as I can get with the linguistic data at present. Can't be more precise than that, but somewhere in these points in the family tree. Now, while tone isn't characteristic of Austronesian languages, it is quite characteristic of Papuan languages, particularly Papuan languages of the region. Not the closest Papuan languages, interestingly, but the Papuan languages spoken about 450 kilometers to the east, on the back of the Bird's Head Peninsula, have tone systems which are typologically and acoustically very similar to the Raja Ampat, or some of the Raja Ampat languages. So this suggests that contact between these Austronesian languages and the Papuan languages may have been involved in the innovation of tone. Tonogenesis is the technical term in these languages. And if we correlate this linguistic information with the archaeological record and with information from oral traditions, we can put some rough dates on when this happened. So, as we just talked about a second ago, we have from the archaeological record evidence that Austronesian speakers first arrived in the archipelago probably somewhere around about 3,000 years ago. So we know that tone hadn't been innovated by this point.
Sorry to interrupt, but you have 2 minutes more.
Thank you. But evidence from a dispersal myth of the Maya tribes shows that the Maya tribes dispersed across the archipelago around about 300 years ago. We know that tone had already been innovated by this point. And additional evidence from one of the origin myth of one of the Salawati clans also shows that this node here, the Maya and the Salawati languages, probably split around about, I've put 600 to 800 years ago here, but actually I think it's probably more about 1,000 years ago. I've got lots more to say about this, but obviously I'm running short on time, so again, ask me about it either in the Q&A or over lunch. So based on this, we can say that Austronesian Papuan contact, which was involved in Raja Ampat tonogenesis, probably occurred around about 1,000 to 2,000 years ago. Also because of the nature of the change, so we're adding a new feature to the linguistic system, and because of the mechanisms that we as diachronic tonologists believe were in tonogenesis, we can assume that this was probably a multi-generational contact involving intermarriage, involving many L2 speakers over multiple generations. This also correlates with very high levels of non-Austronesian vocabulary in the Raja Ampat languages. So, for example, I've reconstructed the lexicons of Proto-Maya Salawati and Proto-Ambel, and of these vocabularies, around about 2/3 of the words don't have an Austronesian origin. So just to wrap up very quickly, what we see is evidence for Austronesian speakers coming into the wider region, into their homeland, the Proto-South Hamahara West New Guinea homeland in the south of Cendrawasih Bay. This was around about 3,000, 3,500 years ago, maybe. And then a group of these speakers broke off and then came back to the Raja Ampat archipelago. That's where we get the innovation of this subject marking infix. And then at some point after this point, that's when we get the South Halmahera speakers migrating again further westwards and the Raja Ampat languages dispersing through the archipelago. Around about then is when we get the innovation of tone. So, final slide. We can see from the linguistic data, the archaeological data, and from oral traditions that this Austronesian, pre-Austronesian contact probably spanned several generations, was at least in part peaceful, probably involving intermarriage, but that those pre-Austronesian languages are now extinct. And so what I hope I've shown in this talk is that careful interdisciplinary study can deepen our understanding of human migration and contact and can really help to tease apart change events in space and time. That's all. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Laura. So now we is Q&A. So if you have questions, or you can hands up. Yep.
Thank you. My name is Gluduk from University of Adelaide. It's very interesting result that you have the contact between pre-Austronesian and then non-Austronesian language in Raja Ampat. I wonder what is the non-Austronesian language that's come mixing with the Austronesian language in Raja Ampat. This is some of the family language which is widespread in West Papua, or is something different?
That's a really great question. So Northwest Papua is already a very genealogically diverse region. So off the top of my head, I don't remember the exact number, but we're looking at something around about 12 separate language families spoken in the wider region, unrelated language families spoken in the wider region. We don't have any direct evidence for what the languages were spoken in the Raja Ampat archipelago. We can only infer from what the features that the Austronesian languages have, what they may have been like. And as I say, the tone systems that the Austronesian languages have are quite typologically and acoustically similar to the tone systems of particularly the languages of the East Bird's Head family, which is spoken far away. It's like 450 kilometers away. My current hypothesis is that earlier there was a tonal area which encompassed the entire Bird's Head, which has been later broken up by migrations of speakers of non-tonal Papuan languages. And the implication of this is that the pre-Austronesian languages spoken in Raja Ampat would have been either genealogically related to or typologically similar to, I think probably typologically similar to is a safer bet, the languages spoken in the east of the Bird's Head. Thank you for the question.
Any more questions or no?
It's okay. I think we're on.
Okay, yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
You can go back to it. We'll give it a for now. One is, oh, let me see. Willem Borung from OCSEAN, Indonesia.
Hi everybody, good morning. What I will show you is what we call deictics. Deictics, and let's jump straight to introductions. Now, we know in linguistic studies there are three common types of deixis, which are deixis, and spatial deictics and temporal deictics. What I will show you is the person deictics from the language called Wano, the language I've been there since long time ago in 1994 until about 20s. I stopped working among the Wano people, and my presence there was working as the scripture translation into the language. But then I find it more and more, I am more interested in linguistic studies. So after 15 years, I switched the work from translation, I switched to linguistic studies, study the language. And Wano language, next page, please. The next page. Yeah, Wano, slow down, can just say that. Yeah, this is Wano. Wano is a Papuan language, part of Papuan language. It is the it's a Papuan language, and the sub-family of the Papuan language it's called Trans-New Guinea languages. Along with the other ones, like you see Lakes Plain language, Yam, Anim, family, Tor, Oria, and Sepik, Torricelli. Sepik and Torricelli is in the other side, in the Papua New Guinea. And also, we also Timur Alur Pantar as well, it belongs to his Papuan languages. I prefer Papuan instead of the non-Austronesian because non-Austronesian can mean many other languages as well. Now, from Trans-New Guinea, we have Asmat Aoyok, Dani, Panyai, Lakes, Plepainelage, and Mek. Now, Wano belongs to the Dani languages, and as we see, can you scroll it a little bit up, please? Scroll it a little bit up. And the operator, could you scroll? Yes, thank you. This is Dani, and then we have Weekend Valley Dani, and so on, and Upla, Lower Dani, Upper and Walak, Western Dani. Actually, there are 13 languages there, and Dunga, Silimo, Anggur Kiali, Ninia, Gem, and Wano. There are 13 languages. Next play. Next. Okay, go back a little bit at the page 2. Go back a little bit at page 2. Yes. Yeah. Now, what we are going to see what I will show you the linguistic typology of the language, dealing with that give what we call deictics in the person deictics. Next. Now, sounds, this background of sounds and the structures in Wano. If we go down, I think you can read it. Wano has two implosive non-pulmonic sounds, it's at the P and D, whereas the velar implosive is already down, so dying. So that's why we have only two, and three plosives, PTK, and then two nasals, and two nasals, and a bilabial fricative, and two approximant, WNY. And the syllable structures, this is just the basic syllable structures, the V, VC, CV, and CVC. The structure is down here. And morphosyntactic properties, Wano has all word classes, whereas typically word classes in Wano is adverb and adjective. It's very limited, whereas verb and nouns are very rich morphologically. Okay? Go ahead. Now, this is just a very broad and general introduction on the difference between nouns and verbs. Now, in morphology of nouns and morphology of verbs, we have nouns nouns distinguish between alienable and inalienable nouns, where verbs has 4 types of verbs. It is, I call it T verbs. That means the citation form of the verb ends with T. So, and the other one is D verbs, and verbs, and then vowel verbs. So the verbs, the basic verbs, end with vowels. And the other distinguish is, no, going back to this verse, please. The up. Yeah. And the second one is nouns. Nouns are limited to possessive prefixes and number suffixes. So the prefix is possessive and the suffix is number, yeah? That's it in Wano. So for example, here you see Nawe, my wife, and Nagwewi, my wives. All right, and then the verbs takes tense aspect mode as usual, suffixes. It is suffixes, and also subject suffixes and object prefixes. The object is prefix. And amazingly, it's a typical morphological languages. Wano has just about 280 conjugational form for just one verb root. Okay, and here we see the verb root what. The verb root what, meaning hit him or one hits him. It has, depends on tense aspect mode, it has about 280 inflectional forms. And number 3, morphology is straightforward. It is very straightforward and in noun. But because of that, I think it makes the semantic pragmatic is very complex of the noun, where a verb has morphology is complex with straight semantic pragmatics. And the last one is nouns may function as predicate head in non-verbal clauses, whereas a verb is a predicate head in transitive and intransitive clauses. Next page. This is the, can you go a little bit up, please? A little bit up, yes. So you have to see this, up a little bit, please. Go down, yeah, yes, okay. This is the diagram that's very, the physiocognition nouns, this is the term I used, because it has played significant roles in our talk this morning. So this is noun in Wano, divided into alienable and inalienable, and as usual, it's very common languages. We have alienable with a common proper or count mass, and count mass divided into concrete and abstract. But inalienable, all items is cultural items, like my arrow, my bow, or my net bag. It's all inalienable, yeah, inalienable. And then kinship terms, my brother, my sister, my aunt, kinder. Those are all inalienable. And body part divided into solid and liquid body part, like my tears, my tears, all inalienable. And then what I call physiocognition noun divided into cognition, inalienable noun, and physiological noun. Now this is what do I mean by this? The next page, please. Yeah. Going back. Yeah. Now here's physiocognition noun and cognition noun words corresponding in meaning in cognition nouns in Wano are certain verbs in languages like English, such as mind, think, know, recognize, ignore, remember, love, and so on. So these words are verb in English, and I believe in Indonesian as well, they are verb, but in Wano and some Trans-New Guinea languages, they are noun actually. They are not verb because they are morphologically marked as noun. And then those corresponding to physiology nouns are adjectives like painful, sad, happy, heavy, weary, and so on, lazy. They're adjectives, while in Wano they are inalienable nouns. So if I say, let's see the example. Oh, here, I have a headache. Slow down, please. Here, I have a headache, or my head is painful, or my we say an ananowanduk. Yeah, one will say ananowanduk, which literally means my head, it's pain. Okay, my head, it's pain. Ananowanduk. Now my head is pain, and we can do that. All right. So you see, my head, it's pain. Okay. The same thing with the, you think of me. If you think of me, it has a subject, object, predicate. You see, noun has this construction, subject, object, predicate, and noun is the head of the predicate, not verb. It is very surprising. Now, you have a thought of me, or you are mindful of me, or you think of me. So that's what we say. Karan enoket. Karan enoket. It's a you, I, my mind. Karan enoket. Okay. Now personal pronouns. Personal pronouns. What I'm showing you here is very simple one, because these are the bound personal pronoun and free personal pronoun. Anit, karit, arit, and ni, ki, at. And zero, you see zero morpheme for the personal pronoun, third person.
William, you have 2 more minutes.
How many?
2 minutes.
2 minutes. Okay, go down. Why these personal pronouns, the functions? I'll show you these examples. Going a little bit up, please. Can I see? Yes. Okay. Now, let me read it for you. Anagueme, nabulme, nawora biamvime, wununerak, yoka turumona vicho. That's how the language sounds. And you see this nabut. How do we know? Nague nabut. Nabut is my child. And then the translation here is, I say, my wife and child, and one child of my younger brother. And how do we know younger brother? It's because of the word abut, yeah? Because of abut, so, and then the use of nawod. Okay, suppose if it is a younger sister, the words here would be different. Next page, please. Yeah, you see, nawora but amwime. This is my younger brother, one, and my sister, it would be niriayak ambine. Okay, so they're different. So that's the deictic functions there. And go down, 2 minutes. Yeah, go down all the way down. I want to show you this. You see, because nabur and ayak are. Nabut means my fatherling child, and Nayak my motherling child. Meaning, these words all the way down here, only used by women, and these are only by men.
Okay.
Okay?
Really? Yeah.
Yeah. Finish?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Pa William. We'll give applause to Pa William. Now, 2 people, questions for the Pa William? Hands up, and I will deliver this mic to you. Yeah, well.
Thank you, Pat William. How does the person marking deixis in Wano compare to the other Trans-New Guinea languages? And can we tell anything about the history of the languages from this person deixis marking?
that would well, if time is up, so if we can go down all the way, everything will be clear because when you see in the verb system as well, verb morphology, it will very clearly show the past marking. Like, for example, if I say ana wakacak, that means I hit him. An at wakacak. So prodrops is there. We can drop an, yeah, and we can drop at. I could simply say wakacak, and wa means hit him, and ach is the suffix for verb. But if I say you hit him, and wakendak, okay, wakacak, wakendak, wakirak for third person, and so on, and then you can have that in the plural form as well. Now the interesting thing is, if you negate the verb, then the subject is dropped. Okay, anat wakacak, and the negator is dig. I put dig at the end, and then I would say wakak dig. Okay, wakak dig. Who hit him? Wakak dig. You notice that ach is dropped. All right, so that's really that's completely the deictic, very clearly example for deictic marking, and also in I mean to show you the word like if I say I love you or I love you, the word for love is a possessive noun, inalienable noun. Abua means his love. So if I say uncut now, uncut kabua. That's not uncut nabua, but uncut kabua. Literally, we would say, the one of people would say, I have your love, uncut kabua. Yeah. Now, if I reduplicate, like we want to say, we love each other, and I would say, uncut kabua nabua. Uncut kabua nabua. We love each other. Now, we is very clearly, we is made of you singular and I. Now, if I say we love each other, it would be need kit kinyabua, ninyabua. Okay, or I can if you simply drop the subject and object, kit kinyabua ninyabua. Okay. Now in this case, we is made up of you singular and we. Okay. So that's really deictic, and we can also go all the way down like you love each other, and then you love each other. Cut at. Maybe I talk to you and somebody else, you love each other. Karat abuan kabua. Okay. Now, and in that case, you is made up of you singular and third person singular, right? And you can make it plural as well, like kirit inyabua kinyabua. Okay. You is made up of you singular, you plural, and third person plural. That's very different from many other languages. Like we in English, we simply say you love each other, but it's not clear for us who is you and who is each other. Yeah.
Okay, thank you
I
very
think
much.
that's yeah. Thanks.
Well, thank you so much, Pak William.
Sorry.
Give applause to Pak William, please. We run with the time, so. Thank you, Pak William. So next one is Alumsar Alpha Astari, local government unit of South Ubian. Please. Okay, we'll give applause to alums.
Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. hapsuwuni kitam kamemon. That's a good morning for the Bahasa Sama. So for today's, we're going to talk about the Bajau life, comparative social linguistic studies between the two countries, which is Indonesia and the Philippines. So Bajau, Sama, Sinama, Palau is a same and connected language. Bajau is a local term for the sea nomadic people who live in the Sulu archipelago from Sulu province up to the Tawi-Tawi and also here in some part of Indonesia. So for the Bajau, there are 3 subdivided languages in the Philippines: the Southern Sinama, Central Sinama, and the Northern Sinama. The Sama people of Tabawan are not sea nomads due to the influence of Islamic and at the same time due to the influence of Srivijaya Empire and the Majapahit. For the boat building of Sama people of Tabawan, we have 2 main rituals. The number 1 is paglabos, which is the pre-launching rituals of the Sama people. And most of our boats are made from wooden logs and plywood for the modern time. I think we have technical challenges right now. Okay, there we go. So again, so this is our research. There are 4 of us, me and Pak Dendi, Sir Rafi Harun, and Pak Usnan from the Lombok. So Bajau Life, a comparative social linguistic study of 2 countries, which is the Philippines and Indonesia. And for the first part, I would like to call Mr. Arapel Harun for the background of the study, please.
So, good morning once again to all the attendees right now. So, for this presentation, we are 4. So, I'm being tasked to present the overview of our presentation. So, the comparative study of the Bajau of the Philippines and the Bajo of Indonesia. So the Southeast Asia sea nomads are divided geographically, culturally, linguistically into three major groups. So we have the Moken and Moklen of the Mergui archipelago of Burma, Orang Laut Sea people, the Riolinga archipelagos, the Sama Bajau, the islands of Southeast Asia, South Central Philippines, Eastern Borneo, and Sulawesi, south and eastward of the island of Eastern Indonesia to Flores and the Southern Moluccas. So the Bajau or the Sea Gypsies. So people are like asking us before, what are the difference of the Bajau, the Sama de Lao? So later on, we're gonna discuss it. But this Bajau or Sea Gypsies in southern Philippines, or the Bajau, refers specifically to sea nomads and formerly nomadic groups, while more settled Sama speakers, especially in the Sulu archipelago, are known as Samal, a term given by the Tausug and widely adopted by others. So in eastern Indonesia, Sama speakers are called Bajo by the Bugis, Bayo or Turejini or water people by the Makasaris, and Bajau by coastal Malays in Kalimantan in Sabah. Bajau is now commonly used by all groups, including Sama speakers themselves. Also, most Sama Bajau speakers, except the Yakan and the Jama Mapun, call themselves Sama or Sinama. The term Sama is the most common back to early in the current millennium. So the Southeast Asia sorry. It's not there. So for the migration of Bajau, so the Bajo people are believed to have originated from the Sulu archipelago in the southern Philippines. Through migration, they spread to various regions of Indonesia, especially eastern Indonesia, such as Sulawesi, Kalimantan, and Nusa Tenggara. The Bajo people, sometimes also called Bajau or Sama Bajau, are estimated to number around 1 million living across Indonesia, Malaysia, and the southern Philippines. In Indonesia, they are spread over a wide geographic area, including the coastal regions of Kalimantan, Sulawesi, East Nusa Tenggara, and North Maluku. Sorry. Okay. So we also have the 5 hypotheses on the origin and distribution of the Bajo people. So these are the references that we've been using and we are also looking at. So we have the Melayo Peninsula of Sofer, 1965, the Sulu Archipelago, Philippine, Palestine, 1985. India are based on the oral tradition, and that Northwest Borneo, Noraini, 2008, and the Southeast Asia Borneo, Barito Blast, 2013, supported by the genome study of Kusuma et al., 2021. So to explain about the genetics or genetic origins of the Bajo, may we have Sir Husnan to further explain about it.
Well, good afternoon. I'm not going to talk about genome. I'm linguistic anthropological study. This is 5 hypotheses of Bajo. And for me, we support the last hypothesis that is from South Borneo based on linguistic, archaeology, and paleo-environmental environment. Well, this is the migration of Bajo from 800 from South Borneo to Sulu up to 1,300. There are conflict with Tausug and they spread to East Borneo, also Malaysia and also Sulawesi to 800 and up to 1,500 to Borneo and Sulawesi, and the last migration is 1,800 to East Indonesia, and in Indonesia they call Bajo, not Bajo. All Bajo in Indonesia called Bajo, and this is the culture. Although they are separated in some countries, they understand or they have high mutual intelligibility. And for example, using the made of boat, they still use wood, and there is also ritual for building boat, and also ritual for the first time the boat going to the sea. And for fishing, they go fishing based on duration of fishing, time in a day, early in the morning, at 9 o'clock in the morning, in the afternoon, and at the night. They have this several tradition and term and tool they use, capital use, boat use, and all can be simplified in three main system of Bajo fishing. There is Pongka Pulahari, Pongka Bangi, and Pongka Ama. Pongka mean go sailing, Pulahari mean a day. Is derived from Lama. Lama mean sailing, and Bangi means staying for a week, and the last Lama mean sailing. Three system accommodate all tool, all day, and all capital use in Bajo system of fishing. And the last, for me, there is a tradition still maintained in Bajo. There is Pongkak Bunte. This is sailing specifically for married people. They have to sail for a month before they get married. There's Pongkak Bunte. And Dute Toya, there is for newborn baby. Tibaraki for offering for the sea, nyelamat di laut, offering for the sea, and sunatan for newborn baby for man. And Palimba, yes, Palimba, there's a ritual for the first time the boat going to the sea, and building a new house. I think I invite my friend Dandy for the next session.
Thanks. So I'm gonna go back for the Philippine concept of Bajau life. So in the Philippines, we have the paglabos for the freelancing rituals of boat rituals, and then we also use the wooden log. At the same time, for the modern times, we use only now the plywood. And in the Philippines, our fishing techniques are based on our boats. If we want to go further, we will gonna use the bigger boat, and if we want to fish in the nearby islands, we're just gonna use the smaller boat. And then we also use our lunar. For example, if there's a crescent moon, we use to fish on the nearby island. And then we also base our fishing technique on the current, because not all fish are gonna bite our hooks if it is in a not good current. And then for the Samatabawan, we also have the Pagpaybahao. It's a newly harvest rituals. Paggunting is a baptismal rituals. And Pagjamu is a celebration, and the Pagkawin is the wedding rituals. And for the Philippines, we also have the meat, which is the Pag-amit. It's a traditional way of life of Bajo people to go fishing together to the other island. And then for the housing, we also have Luma, which is the house, and Luma Mahaya, which is the long house or the central house, and Luma Pangatas, that is like a mini hospital for the community, and Luma Ambo is the spirit house. And for the Samabadjao of Tabawan, we used to seaweed farming and also the fishing. And I think for this part, I would like to call Mr. Dendi
Well, this is the last part of our presentation actually. It's about the language, linguistic aspects, but I will not talk deeply about this. This is like overview only. Okay, so this is the Bajau, certain semi-stable indigenous languages, a language of the Philippines. Well, in Indonesia, Indonesian Bajau is indigenous language of Indonesia. So there's difference between Bajau in Indonesia and Bajau in Philippines status according to analog actually. So that's the code. Okay, next please. Well, this is our locus. The first is like in the Sulu archipelagos and also the Lesser Sunda, including West Nusa Tenggara and also Sumbawa Islands. Next. Yeah, this is the Sulu. We have two locus. The first is including in the Tawi-Tawi provinces and the Sitangkai Islands and also Tabawan. And next. Well, in Nusa Tenggara, we have four locus. The first is two first in Lombok Islands, in Tanjung, and also in the East Lombok. And we have also two locuses in the Sumbawa Islands. Next. Okay, so language and distribution of the Bajau tribe. Language and distribution of the Bajau tribe called Samaur Bajau. And before we have explained about this terminology and spread across the Philippines, Malaysia, and Indonesia. It means that it's scattered in the Southeast Asia countries, including Malaysia, Philippines, and Indonesia. And come from Malaysia, Malay West Polynesian family, and divided into three language groups, Abaknon, Yakan, and Sulu Borneo. Next. Well, this I just want to show a little bit about the correspondences among the data that we have. We have five data from Bajau Tabawan, Sitangkai, Bajau Tanjung, Bajau Jambi, and Labuan Mapin. So I just make the highlight for the differences between among them. Just like water, they have like bohe, and oe. So it's very slightly similar actually. They share, but it's different in the final position, like glottal and also H consonant. Okay, you can see this. And then the next, well, this is like the sharing gloss also in the numeric, like one, dakayu, and then deke, dakau, and then two, dua. It's very, very Austronesian actually. And then also three, like telu, and telu, empat, and lima. So very, very close, similar. Next. Well, there are some words that a bit different, slightly different, like a hunt or to hunt. Like in Tabawan, they say like amitik, and Bajau Sitangkai, they say pihak, but in Bajau Tanjung Luar and Bajau Labuan Mapin, they have like similar, like a baburu, while in Bajau Jambi Anom, they have like ngandangkat. So very slight difference. And others, I mean the rest of the words. And the last one, I think. Okay, that's all. Thank you. Matur suksma. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. We'll give applause to the team. Okay, now, questions? I'm open for one question, please. Because we only have 2 more minutes for the Q&A. Yep.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. In your description of the Bajau way of life, can you tell us a bit about the funeral practices they have? How they bury their dead? If you know what I mean.
Can you please repeat the questions?
About the funeral practices, when someone dies, do they drop him in a sea or they bury him in land, in the ground?
Yeah, most of the Sama Bajau in Tabawan, we bury our ancestor in one island, which is very far from the community. And then like, for now, it's a mixture of Islamic traditions and the Sama Bajau way of life. So it's a mix of Islamic practices at the same time, like traditional Sama way of burial for now.
Thank you. For the group of Bajau in Sulawesi, this is information from my friend from archaeological perspective. They bury their family in remote area, even in remote cave, and will be, what to say, more decade will be stand by another family, and they got the cave and also the grave even in a small rock, and nobody except them know the place. And it is interesting site actually if you'd like to do more research about how the chemistry of Bajo. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Okay, the time is up. So thank you so much for the team. We give applause for them. Like, so next one is Tresiat Tamelan from Arta Wacana Kesumi. We give applause for Ibu Tres.
All right, good morning. So from Papua to the Philippines to the West Nusa Tenggara, now we go to East Nusa Tenggara. So we're going to learn about orthography design. So my team, we look at orthographic transparency and the implication towards language learning. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Okay. It's I have to look at two sides. All right. All right. So our presentation is divided into 3 sections. So we have the introductions. We'll give you the overview of how language and challenges and the issues in the orthography design, and then the aim of the study and method. And then the second part, we look at how orthography, start with how phoneme inventory and how the sound symbol are presented or represented. And then we look at lack of orthographic transparency and the implication towards language learning, and then conclusions and recommendations. All right, so this is, oh, sorry. How do I go back to, oh. All right, so if you look at the arrow, the blue arrow, that's where how is spoken in the Sabu Island, Sabu and Raijua Island, which is between Sumba and Rote Islands. So there are a lot of existing publications on how already, so many. We put in there 3, the first one is Bible translation and multilingual education from Language and Culture Unit UBB in Kupang, and then the Indonesian Bible Society, and then various texts translated by the NTT Language Center, and also lots of individual researchers. But we will choose 3, so UBB, Lai, and Padi. So those are the 3 existing publications that we will look at how they represent sound and symbols. Now, developing orthography, we have challenges and issues, especially when the local language have sounds that are not found in the Indonesian language, which is the national language. So, and having an orthography, it's actually the first part of starting a language documentation project. But we know lots of researchers, they don't develop orthography. So they kind of, okay, we want to document the language, but then they didn't start with the orthography. So they print out lots of materials with different representation of the sound and symbols. And then it's circulated among the speakers, and then the speakers like, okay, how do we read this? Now, the challenges in phoneme representation, usually underrepresentation, where orthography use fewer symbols. For example, in one of the publication, they have, for example, they have the implosive phonemes. They represented the same as the stop phonemes. And it's like, it's hard. How do you know when to read it as a stop and when to read it as an implosive? And that's, yeah, the influence of the national language. And then we have specific issues in how the presence of the unique sounds, like implosive, how have 4 implosive along with the counterpart of the stop voice. So you can imagine if you write the implosives the same as the 4 stops, it's hard in reading and writing the language. So we're looking at the inconsistent sound symbol representation across the 3 different publications. Now the aim of the study, so we will present the various sound symbol representations across the publication, discusses the inconsistencies, and then examine how that influence language learning. And then we propose suggestions for a transparent orthography. Now with the methodology, so our secondary data source, the 3 publications, we look at that to present or discuss the inconsistencies of the sound symbol representation. And then we'll also have primary data collection. We record speakers from different background and different experience, reading experience, to see how they read. But for this presentation, we haven't got to that point. You have to, because one of our research assistants just returned from Sabu. It's been windy for the last 2 or 3 months, so it's so hard. We get to go there with a small boat for 2 hours with very rough sea. So yeah, so we will have to do that after this, like most of that. But we have some recordings, and we can see the challenges that they face. So this is the How phoneme inventory. So it has the 4 implosives, which are not found in the Indonesian, along with the stop voice. And then we have they have the mid-central vowel, which is also found in Indonesian, but it's not as productive as in How. So those are the challenges that we were going to see, how different publishers or different publications represent those phonemes. Now we start with How orthography by UBB Gemit. This is the recent one. And I put those implosives. So you see UBB represent the implosives with the representation of the stops, and then plus the, how do you call that? The apostrophe. So you have the B apostrophe, that's for implosives. That's differentiated with the stop voice. And then for the mid-central vowel, UBB uses the plus the grave accent on the top to represent the schwa, the schwa. Now let's look at the how Lai do their vowel sound symbol representation. So this is already since they published this in 2000. So this is like, yeah, 20 years ago. But some people, because when Lai published that, they also actually involved the community. They checked their translation with the community. So lots of the older generation, they get used to reading the Lai version of the orthography. So with Lai, they have the B, for example, B plus the H. So they plus the H for the implosive. And this is transparent because how is actually, how do you call it? is divided as part of with Sumba, yeah? And I see lots of researchers in Sumba, they represent the implosive with the phoneme plus the H. Yeah, but then Lai for Rote language, Lai represented with the apostrophe in front of the letter B, for example. So it's kind of inconsistent how Lai in one language uses different symbol for the same sounds. And this is still in the area of East Nusa Tenggara. And with the mid-central, Lai represented with either or A, and then it followed by a copy of the following consonant. And also, if there is no following consonant, they copy the previous consonant. But then you don't know how, okay, is this A or A? The following consonant and the preceding consonant is easy to remember, but whether it's A or A, for that, yeah, it's challenging. So this is Padi, the last one. Padi follows the Indonesian the orthography. So Padi doesn't represent the implosives, which I already said. If you have 4 implosive with the counterpart, the stops, and especially it's quite productive. It's so hard when the readers want to read, okay, they have to think about what is the word, whether it is implosive or not. So they have to think of the word first, and they're not decoding the sound symbols. For the mid-central vowel, Padi chooses the symbol A, but then it's also followed by consonant, if there is any. But unlike Lai, Padi doesn't copy the preceding consonant. So only the following consonant. So this is the summary of the inconsistent sound symbol representation in the 3 different publications. So you can see if you are a reader, okay, some speakers get used to this one, some to this one, some to this one. So if you're a language teacher at elementary school, how do you gonna approach this? It's hard. So our aim is to just lay this data. Okay, see, this is what is circulating in the area. And then we hope from that, someone will think, okay, we need to do something about this. So, okay, let's look. I think we have seen this. So the 4 implosives. Yeah, if you are from English background, do you think, that's nothing? You know, that's not much. But English, the rewards for learning English is different for the rewards of learning how, like a small unwritten language in Eastern Indonesia. Okay, now let's look at the examples. In my language, we have 2 implosives only, so I'm not very confident about pronouncing the last 2 implosives, but we'll try. But I don't think we have time. 2 more minutes. Okay, I'll be quick. Yeah, so this is the example. So if you look at the table, look at the pattern, we have UBB with implosives, with all implosive with the apostrophe, and UBB is consistent in all the language that have implosives. While Lai uses the H after the letter, but as I said previously, it has different symbols in other languages. And then Padi doesn't represent the implosives, yeah? Only the, This is the example for mid-central vowel. So now let's look at the first one with how the consonant. So when there is no consonant, Lai uses, so I can't read this. So you just look at the symbol, uses the vowel, the letter A and E, and Padi use both A, in UBB consistently use the A plus the grave accent. Now, when there is consonant, for example, in the third example, Lai doubles copied the consonant, the symbol, the consonant. But when we have implosives, for example, in the word like, Lai only copies the base letter, not the H, which shows that that's implosive. So yeah, there are a lot of, like, for the Indonesian, or for the Eastern Indonesian, that's a lot of rules, yeah, for the kids to remember. Okay, now, so what's the implication of this towards language learning? It's a cognitive load of confusion, as I said. Imagine this local language is like the third language to be learned at school, for example, and then there is not many materials, and then the teachers, they don't understand how yet. So yeah, who's going to teach who how to read this? So yeah, that's the struggle. And then we have reading proficiency, delayed literacy. As I said earlier, they will concentrate on whole word recognition rather than try to do phonological decoding strategy. So that's hard. And then prepare the teachers. And then it's long-term language preservation risks, like who wants to read? Like, so we, the researcher, we have all that books, but they are only in the libraries. Who's gonna read?
Traced into broader socio-political context, and what might be their implications in terms of inconsistencies towards language preservation.
Yeah, thank you, Richard. Yeah, so yeah, developing orthography, there are a lot of things to consider. So it's not just linguistic parts. I understand my presentation is mostly towards linguistic, yeah, but I understand that behind an orthography, there are already people getting together, they talk, and then they decide this. There are political issues, there are education, there are cultural, there are lots of things until they decided, okay, we want this. Yeah, there are more of things we need to, I think, to also look at other behind each of the orthographies for the political, and it's so hard to try to get like a standardized one for one language. Example, in Rote, where we have lots of speech varieties, and government says, okay, we only have funding for one, and then the leaders will decide, okay, we have one for everyone, but it doesn't work because because the language are different. We can't read from this. We produce the materials from one speech variety, and then we give to all the speech varieties to ask them to read, and it's not going to work. But then slowly, if we show, I know they do that because they don't understand how it works. They think, okay, we just want to have one language, but they forgot that once you write it as one, you lost all the varieties. You're no longer like, I'm from West Rote. People won't recognize me when I speak. Again, if we write it as just one. So there's a lot of, and I think it's still a long way to finally come to one standardized one, but yeah, because it will influence political funding, education, all these different things, and but we would like to start with putting it there and let them know that your policy will change this if you do this, if you do this. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that's enough. Thank you, Ibu Tres. Thank you so much. Okay. Next presenter will be Festive Rudolph. Okay.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm Festi from Oceanic Christian University. So Ibu Tres has talked about Sabo language, how language, and I'm going to move to one language spoken in East Nusa Tenggara. It's Helong language. But I'm going to talk from the sociolinguistic perspective. It's not like what have been discussed by Ibu Tres. The topic of my presentation is about language maintenance in the face of linguistic shifts. It's study about the Helong language spoken in Kolhua urban language in Kupang City. So I would like to start with the introductions of my presentations. I would like to talk about the languages in East Nusa Tenggara. So according to ethnologues, that there are until now there's almost 76 languages spoken in East Nusa Tenggara, and then 18 of them is a Trans-New Guinea language, and then the rest is language Central Malayo-Polynesian, but not included Kupang Malay and also Larantuka Malay and the others. And then I would like to move to the Helong language. So this is the language that's spoken in area of these three main islands, but not most spoken in all the area. So this is to the east, the Helong language is spoken area borders of the Timor language speaking area, while to the south, it borders the Timors and Rote language speaking area. So yeah, it's between those majority language spoken in this area. And then in Helong, actually, we have three dialects. The first one is Semau Helong, is spoken in the islands of Semau. It's this here. And then Bolok Helong is spoken on the Timor mainland around the ports of Bolok and nearby villages. And then the other one is Funai Helong, is spoken in around of the city of Kupang. So it's not really clear, but there is like urban village in Kupang City, but they speak this language, and it is surrounded by some language like Kupang Malay and then Timor language and the others. And the next one is about the rationale of the study, because this is about the language maintenance. So I would like to speak up about the cultural significance when language is not merely communications, but communication tool, but also a carrier of culture, history, and identity itself. So based on this, I observed that our language, Helong in Funai Helong, is in Kolhua urban language, is indigenous Helong language, but it faces decline because there is dominance of the speakers speaking Kupang Malay in Indonesian around the area. And then the research focus of my the research is about how factors influencing language transmissions and community participation effort. So I based this presentation based on the theoretical framework from the Fishman about intergenerational transmissions, and then from Granable and Wali, community mobilizations and institutional support. And then the last one is economic and social advantages of dominant language from Crystal 2000. And from Indonesian context, so mostly we, especially in Kupang, we grew up with languages, some languages. Usually, for example, like I grew up with Kupang Malay, and then I start to learn Indonesians at schools, and then also I affected by the language spoken by people around me, like Dawan language or Timor language. So we are multilingualisms, and then for the minority language, it seems like it faces erosions, it faces economic decline because the limited dominance of use around. And then from this research, it's about the successful revitalization strategies include school curricula integrations and cultural events that might preserve this language. Okay, so this is the research methodology that we use for gathering the data about the language maintenance for the Halong language in Kolhua. The first one is about the qualitative design. So this is based on the questionnaire exploring the attitude, practice, and perceptions. And then we include 40 participants from Kolhua Urban Village, and then we have purposive sampling across the age of groups from 10 to 15, and then 16 to 25 to 26 to 50, and then the elders is above 50. And then we just rely on the questionnaire. There's semi-structured questionnaire, and then with the responses and oral interview for those with limited literacy. And the questionnaires included some parts of this theme. The first is about the usage frequency, how frequency of Halong used in household and community settings, and then the attitude, the perceptions toward language, Indonesian and Kupang Malay, and then the barriers, perceived obstacles to maintaining language, Halong language, and then language preference, how they prefer to use language in their life or in educations, in the work environments, and then cultural participations, involvement in whether they are include in the cultural and language revitalization activities. And the last one is about the motivators, factors encouraging continued the use of Halong language. I would like to have this one. So this is the result of the intergenerational language use. So you can see that nowadays elders mostly use this language, but if you can see that adults is down to only 57%, and then the youth is it's more decline in the decline for the elders to the children. So I tried to speak with the elders. They say that it's hard for them to find children now speak Halong language, especially for younger old children. So they cannot speak because they tend to use Kupang Malay or they use Indonesian in their daily life. And so this is the attitude toward the Halong. So despite the reduced usage, attitude toward the Halong language is largely positive. However, for the young respondents, they only 35% they practice using this language because I'm going to talk about this why they have this the factors that affected this one. So here are the factors that affecting language maintenance. The first one is about family transmissions. So there are some families who deliberately use Halong at home and better retention among children, but not all the household use this practice this one at home. So again, when I talk to the elderly, so there's some, but in some parts of this area, so they don't talk this language anymore. And then for the community engagement, so there is a cultural event held every year from they call this one is the Halong Culture Guardian Community. So they do the festival of Halong culture every year, and one of them is they try to do this because they want to preserve this language, and then the government support it. So there is limited revitalization program including Halong language and workshop, and also well, Kupang Malay is spoken in broadcast, but we hope that one day Halong language can also be spoken in radio broadcast for the preservation of this language. So that's threats to continuity. This language is spoken only in a small area, and then the dominance of Indonesians in Kupang Malay probably will reduce this language in use. And then prepare students to in urban environment, so youth, they have a social pressure that if they use this language, then probably they cannot talk to people outside the area. So when they go to school, they go to university, then they have to speak in Kupang Malay or they speak in Indonesian. So they have this pressure that, but I can see that some still use this language when they meet their mates in the area, but when they outside the area, then they don't speak this word. And then there's lacks of written materials and digital presence. So there's something has been done by the UBB, like Ibu Tres says, language culture unit by UBB in Kupang. So there's some language recommendation has been done for this language, but we need more, especially in order to preserve this language. Next, yeah, so I would like to show something about the happened with the festival Budaya Helong. We call this one Helong Cultural Festival. So it's held every year, and then there's a guardian community try to do this every year, and it has been done for this year. So it will happen in September probably. And in this festival, they try to expose, they try to say how they can do with this language and also the culture itself. So many people gather around and then they talk in this language, and then they they have the traditional movement practice for everyone to see how elderly or women do this one. And then they also do the dancing. There's a traditional dancing for this culture, and then some traditional food as well, and then some other activities that they do every year in order to preserve this culture and language. So the conclusion and recommendations. So so that's the beginning is we would like to start with the home. So as the home-based transmissions, how parents can transfer this language to their children. And then community, like I said, so it should be done regularly in order to preserve this language. And also educations. So there's 4 schools in this area. There's a primary school and also the kindergarten, primary, and then to junior and senior high school. But only for the kindergarten have included this language in their teaching because they recruit the teacher from this area. So the church said that because this school is located near the church said that you have to use Halong language in order to transfer this language to children. And also for the government should be supportive policies and resources in order to preserve this language. I think that's all for me.
Thank you, Professor Steve. I give applause to Professor Steve. Now it's time for Q&A. So, questions, maybe.
Is there a trend in people marrying outside of that cultural group? And does that play into like what language is spoken in their homes?
It happens, normally happens in this every area in our environments. Like people can go outside and marry, and then if they're married and then, for example, it's like if this is a father, and then probably they can, if he moves to another area, probably they won't speak this language for the children. And what I learned from people, elderly from elderly people in Halong, they have the advantage that if people married people from Halong, so they are in they have the social pressure to speak this language. So that's why I think that's
Next one.
So.
Yeah, hands up, please. Maybe you can give the microphone.
Hi, thank you very much for an extremely interesting talk. Do you see any changing patterns across the lifespan? So, for example, you're saying that children use Kupang Malay and Indonesian in school, and then when they go to university, but then after that, if they come back to the village, for example, do you see them start to use the language more?
That's will be case by case. See that if the home base speak this large extensively, so probably when they come back they can speak this language. But if it's in a medium level, like they cannot, probably it will be lost, I think, because they don't longer speak this language. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. I think.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor. Yeah. Okay. All right. The last one is Ibu Sufiati Tlonai. Give applause for Ibu Sufiati Tlonai.
Yeah, she'll help me. Okay, well, thank you for the opportunity for us to present our topic. So it's about narrative functions, focus on folklores from Alor, Manggarai, Sumba, Sabu, Rote, Timor. It's about a comparative study. Yeah, we're interested on doing this folklore because we also learned when we were in Tartu last year. So we try our best to present. Well, thank you. First of all, see the context. So folk tales are all cultural heritage that preserve a society's social and moral values. So actually, the folk tales also is an oral tradition which is encompassing on the various genres. It's like fables, like fairy tales, and also myths and legends. Well, why this matter? So many folk tales remains undocumented research actually, and also understudied. So especially from the perspective of their narrative function. So here, a comprehensive, it means that it's examinations of folklores through the lens of narrative functions, which can reveal how storytelling is used strategically, not only to entertain, but also it's influence about the beliefs and also sustain traditions and guide the behaviors within a community. And yeah, this is about the why we compared. Not yet, yeah. To identify function diversity and similarity, this is to discover universal patterns in local content to fill the gap in folklore research. Yeah, one of the key of the analyzing folk tales here is to identify both diversity and similarity of the function, that is, examine how different the folk tales serve a range of purposes across various cultures, and also lightening shared functions that transcends cultural boundaries. So here that we focus on what we find out is that, so what are the main narrative functions of the folk tales of each region, and we also find out about the similarities and the differences in those narrative function. Yeah, next. So here, probes asserted about 31 functions that everyone you can see on the table on the slide. This is being our theoretical framework to find out the narrative functions. Yeah, next. Okay, next. Yeah, and the research gap. Yeah, if you see on the table, so here are those people who also, these experts, they also find out about using the probes theory, which is they focus on the one region, but in this case, we focus on this more one region, and also we found out about the similarities and differences. So for more, Ibu Ari will explain for that. Thank you.
Okay, I'll continue from the method to the last. So this study used qualitative approach with descriptive comparative method. So we selected 18 stories from 6 regions. So this is a documentation. So the stories taken from books that already printed out and published by Department of Education and Cultures. So we selected 6 regions with each regions with 3 stories. So after selecting the stories, we determine our focus on narrative functions, and then we read the stories repeatedly for some 3 or 4 times to understand the narrative function. And also we identifying the narrative functions, and then we make a comparative table to see the similarity and differences across the regions. So my apology if you couldn't see the comparative table over there because they're too small. But yeah, from the comparative table, you can see the similarities and differences. You can see the functions found in the stories and functions not found, and also functions that appear only in 1 story or 2 stories, but we count it as found. And next slide. Okay, this is a continue. Next. Okay, so now we counted that you can see that Manggarai and Timor, they has 31 functions. So it means that they have a complete functions. And while Alor, Sumba, Rote, and Sabu, they have like Rote and Sabu, they miss only 1 and 4, and Alor miss 18 and Sumba 9. So this is the descriptions of the functions Alor has. So this table is the found function, not found, found in the 1 story and only in 2 stories. Next, this is from Sumba. Next, yeah. Manggarai, and next from Rote, Sabu, and the last is from Rote. So it take from the master comparative tables. Next, okay, I'll come to our research questions. So the main narrative function across all regions. So we find 8 functions consistently appear in all the stories. Okay. Next. Okay, the similarity across regions. So all region future hero journeys involving a problem, decision to act, a case, help of magical and wise source, final confrontation and resolution. So those are the functions that appears in the hero's journey. And then the presence of magical agents, function F, is nearly universal, can be found in all regions, reflecting shared cultural belief in supernatural help or faith. And the last one is heroes recognition and return, function X and O, appears in most stories, showing the cultural value of social reintegration and acknowledgement. And next, the differences across the regions, you can see function 4 and 7 only appears in Sumba and Timor. Yes, yeah, Sumba and Timor, and special they are not found only in 1 or 2 stories, but in 2 or 1 region. And spatial transfer found in Sumba and Timor, and the function 21 to 28, I think. Sorry. And yeah, present in Rote and Manggarai, and yeah, more than Alor and Sabu. And also the last one is wedding, found in Sabu, Timor, and Rote. Next. Yeah, the cultural meaning, I think it will be good if we have an interview to the local people, but if we can see from the story, number 1, respect for ancestor and spiritual forces. I mean, the spiritual forces like the donor, for the donor. The donor means that the characters who help the hero by test. For example, if you want this, you have to do this, like that. And ancestors. So the common stories, the helper coming from the dead person, the ancestors offering help for the hero. Next, and social justice and retribution, community and cooperation, legitimacy of leadership or authority, and survival and adaptation, also moral education from the next generation. So yeah, it would be good if we interview the local people to find out about this one. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking for the next research. Yeah, next. So folk tales from East Nusa Tenggara, I think, share many similar story patterns, but each region adds its own unique values, belief, and way of telling stories or presenting their stories. So by using props function, we can see both the common structure and the rich culture differences in stories from its area. And next, I think that's all, the lots of the presentation.
Okay, thank you so much. Questions?
Thank you, guys. That was a really fascinating talk. I have 2 questions, if I may. The first one was whether did you find that in the groups that you sampled that bedtime stories were common? I mean, is that something that takes place in those communities, that people tell specific bedtime stories to children? That's my first question. So, and the second question was, we saw that supernatural elements, this was a universal feature in all of the stories. Can you guys say something about this? Why you think, all the stories have a supernatural element, and, maybe you can just speculate as to why this would be. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for the questions. About the story that maybe people read for children for the bedtime, do you mean that? We don't know exactly, but we just, as I said before, we just took the stories from the book that already published. So yeah, we don't have any information about that. But this book published in 1983 and 82. So this is a very old stories. So yeah. Next, for the second question is the supernatural powers. So I think in entity like Alor, yeah, you know, you are in Alor, so they are, it represents their culture, their belief, because they believed in supernatural power. So it represents in their story, I think. Yeah, there are lots in Manggarai also as well, in Sumba. Yeah, almost all stories, all regions in East Nusa Tenggara, their culture, they believe very strong belief in supernatural power, I think.
Thank you. Any more questions? Okay. Yep. Okay, thank you, Ibu Ai and Ibu Erni, for the presentations. And this is the end of these first sections. Again, thank you so much for the presenters and all the audience participants for joining these first sections. I'll get back to the MC.
Thank you to the moderator and all the speakers. A very insightful presentation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite once again the moderator, Mr. Daniel Frankie Kamenko, SPD, MED, and all the speakers. Coming up first one is Ms. Laura Arnold, Mr. William Burung, Almansyar Alfa Astari and team, Teresia Magdalena Tamelan, Festive Rudol Oinpala, and Zuti Ariani Tolen to come forward. And now we would like to also invite Professor Marian Klema to hand over the certificate to all the speakers and the moderator. To the Professor Marian Klemer, you are pleased to hand over the certificate. photo session. To the committee, you're pleased to take a photo. Right, allow me to lead in 1, 2, 3. Once again, 1, 2, 3. Great, thank you so much to all the speakers, the moderator, and the steering committee. Now you're pleased to kindly be seated. Thank you. Right, ladies and gentlemen, now we've come to another session that is a lunch break. Are you ready to have a lunch? Yes, of course. Right, ladies and gentlemen, and now we'll have a break for lunch. So for lunch, we'll have an hour. So starting from now, it's 12, and then until 1 p.m. You can bring your lunch in here or you can eat it outside from this room. So ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy your lunch. Thank you. Right, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? So while you're having your break for lunch, you can also have a look at the poster. And of course, we have another session for a poster. If you want to have a look, you are pleased to get around with in the poster. Thank you. May I have your attention, please? Once again, may I have your attention, please? Ladies and gentlemen, our next presentation session will begin shortly. Please kindly be seated. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the OCSEAN International Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to our next agenda, that is the second sessions of today's presentations. Ladies and gentlemen, in these sessions, our second moderator is Mr. Dendi Wijaya from National Research and Innovation Agency, Indonesia. To the moderator, time is yours.
All right, thank you very much, Master of Ceremony. So how do you feel after lunch? Feeling sleepy? No, don't be sleepy, okay? Stay energized because we have like awesome speakers coming up. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Widya Sabha Mandala Auditorium, University of Udayana or Udayana University. And in this session, Dendi Wijaya from National Research and Innovation Agency will be moderating the presentation of the three speakers today. The first is Professor Ketut Artawa, and the second one is Igusti Ayu Gede Susiawati, and the last one is Imade Sena Dharma Setiawan. Okay, so before this session will be divided into two parts. The first is the presentation session, which is like 20 minutes. And the second is like a Q&A session, is also 20 minutes. Okay, let's invite the first speaker, Professor Ketut Artawa. Okay, with the titles Local Identity and Modernity, the case of the mixed use of Balinese and English on accommodation science in Ubud, Bali. Okay, Prof. Artawa, floor is yours. Presentasi 20 menit nanti tanya jawab.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you are doing okay. I would like to make a statement how my talk is connected to my training in Uppsala for 2 months. Thank you, Pak George. He's my teacher there. So we list lexicon of Balinese. After that, I'm not stopping my activities there. Even though I didn't go to Tartu, I continue listing verb lexicon in Balinese for making Palensi dictionary in Balinese language. So it's still in that context. So now, there I learned that language documentation, revitalization, then I come to an idea, how is Balinese like in the public space in Bali? Because we know that public space is a space of socio-cultural, socio-political, and distribution of power. In that context, my talk is still relevant to my training there in Uppsala. So my title is a bit slightly different from the conference books. Local Identity and Modernity, the case of the mixed use of Balinese and English on public sign in Bali. And I need to say the context of this study. So at Udayana, we developed a research among colleges on language use in public space. So linguistic landscape of Bali, We have done a number of research in different parts of Bali, in tourism area, and we also have published a number of articles, and we produced 4 PhD for linguistic landscape in this department, linguistic department of Udayana. So I would like to begin my presentation. Okay, outline. Introduction to linguistic landscapes is a brief concept, key concept in linguistic landscape theory, theoretical foundation in linguistic landscape studies, why Bali, implication of linguistic theories in this study. We may look at this quotation, Introduction to Linguistic Landscape. Language contestation is one of the most important linguistic phenomena in the area of globalization. We need to understand how language is used to build identities and relationships in an increasingly connected world. How linguistic landscape is defined. This is the most cited definition of linguistic landscape. The language of public road sign, advertising billboard, street name, place name, commercial shop sign, and public sign on government building combine to form the linguistic landscape of a given territory, region, urban agglomeration. That's from Landry and Barhis. The second quotation is from the Journal of Linguistic Landscape, indicating that the field of linguistic landscape attempts to understand the motive, uses, ideologies, language varieties, and contestation of multiple forms of languages as they are displayed in public space. Okay, public sign or public signage that we see in our environment can be differentiated into top-down sign, is made by the authority or government, and then button-up sign, like commercial, private, made by private community. In addition to that, if we have multilingual display, it reflects not only the languages, but it reflects the social power behind the use of their languages. So there are two main basic functions of language, written language used in public space, that is symbolic function and informational function of the sign. The informational function of linguistic landscape emphasizes the role of language as a tool of communication and information exchange. Language that serves as information function for the local community usually has a high visibility and importance in that territory. While the symbolic function of linguistic landscape refers to the meaning that are expressed indirectly by sign that are not obvious to the audiences, this meaning related to the implicit messages such as language, values, status, dominance, and power. Okay, this is just a summary. If you read these sources, you will see that LL is a symbolic and informational tool for the audience that is available from the public space. And linguistic landscape reflects ideologies, power, and identity. And based on the type of sign, like I said earlier, it top-down and bottom-up. Okay, why Bali? Bali is a site of multilingual and multicultural intersection. This is a kind of artistic public sign. For those from Indonesia, if you travel domestic, you can see this sign. So there is a combination of languages, some languages used, Island of Paradise, Bali, and Balinese script, Bali and English word there, and on the right-hand side on the top, Ayo Kapasi. That's Balinese. Let's go to the beach. So this is the information given by the public sign, or in this is a kind of artistic sign. Okay, this is just an example that you might find in the area in Bali. So this is a top-down signage made by official authority. Indonesian is there, Indonesian and then English. So there are two languages. The information top-down sign, please use this formal Indonesian as required by the National Language Policy. They attend at bilingual with low post areas. I don't know what English should be there. But based on international research in different places in the world, that English used in public space in certain area is being nativized, being localized English, not really standard English. I think that's also true with us here in Bali. These are button-up, let's say, multilingual or bilingual sign. Both signs reflect multilingual and multicultural branding strategy. Okay, this button-up sign demonstrate commercial and creative language use. They blend English on the right-hand side with Japanese for the global appeal with Indonesian that anchored them locality, reflecting deliberate strategy to attract customer in the tourism-centered economy. Okay, Indonesia has a language policy, national policy, and we do have the local policy in Bali. So the national policy of language Indonesian should be prioritized, then local language, and then foreign languages. There are 3 key points of building up languages in Indonesia based on the national policy. But here, I would like only to touch on the regional governance regulation, such as Bali Governance Regulation number 80 of 2018, concerning the protection and use of Balinese language, script, literature, and the implementation of language month. The use of Balinese script placed above Latin letters in the name of Hindu places of worship, traditional institution, inauguration, inscriptional bidding, government agencies, private institution, road, tourist attraction, and other public facilities. Okay, if you look at this picture, there is no Balinese script there. This must be before that regulation. So Grand Inakuta, Bali Destination Resort, but after the governor regulation, we have Balinese script on the top. There, this is being a way of believing that by introducing only script, people see that we are in a different place, okay, in Bali. There is a kind of development in the sense that the governor of Bali imposed a regulation that Balinese should be written on the top, then Latin letters under that. If we look at Jalan Sumatra, Sumatra Street, so the Balinese is below Jalan Sumatra. And now it's being changed into Balinese is on the top. This is once again become controversial issues against the national language policy. And this kind of sign actually is made by the authority. This is a top-down sign in which Balinese script is used on the top of Latin letters. Okay, I don't touch on this theory. Let me skip. Let's say I interpret Balinese script as a symbolic capital and heritage marker in Bali, and then English is given a different level all over the world in different, which is not in the country of England or America. They have different ways of calling the English as a global language, English as a lingua franca that connect people from all over the world. Once again, if in sign there are more languages are being used, we can then interpret, because the use of language is never neutral. The use of language is always index something else. So in terms of indexicality, we can try to find out what is there behind the use of languages in public space. Okay, this is just an example, combination of Balinese and
Okay, 1 minute left, but
English. The use of Balinese is a key symbolic function. Let's say Balinese needs attract tourists seeking cultural experience.
Okay.
This is also similar, like a wooden house and Tegal Sari. This is what I call it the mixed use of English and Indonesian, in this sense that the words of Balinese, which are used by the sign makers. Okay, just 1 minute. Tension. I see that it's not only the tension, but it's collaboration. While English compete for space, it also collaborates with Indonesian and Balinese. Those languages are used to meet the pragmatic need of diverse community, creating an inclusive and functional environment. Okay.
Okay, Pak Artawa, time is up.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I'll stop there.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Give applause for Pak Artawa. And now we open for the Q&A session. Please, if you have any question, I will let you for 2 questions. Okay. Yeah.
Is there a risk that if we always put the Balinese in a particular place on a sign, that people just learn to ignore that bit of the sign? Is it better to have some randomization in terms of where people's attention goes?
Yes, there is a tension there between, let's say like this. Okay, the use of Balinese script is not the language. It's just the script, not using Balinese word, not using Balinese word. some people criticize that being against the national language policy, but then some people argue that it's not a language, that is only a script, it's a symbol. Okay.
Okay, Daniel, is it enough? Okay, okay. Yeah, it's also in my mind actually. It's not language, but it's a script, right? So it's not against the government law, government policy for language, right? Okay, any else? Okay, one more question.
Yeah, my question is like, using Balinese text, do you find that people are more swayed to the message rather than in English or in other language?
I think it depends on the audience who read the public sign anyway. But I think like a pragmatic purposes of the sign. If you know English, you just read the English, okay? If you know other languages, just read that in other languages. But symbolically, this combination of languages reflects the authority or the agency who made that sign. Because that sign, if it is made by government, it's moving toward to language policy. If it is made by private, it's moving away from language policy. So that's kind of movement. But anyhow, as a Balinese, I like to see my script everywhere in Bali. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Jude, for the questions. Okay, give applause one more time for Prof. Tower. Thank you very much for Prof. Tower. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Well, we're gonna invite our next speaker, Professor Igusti Ayu Gede Sosiawati, with the titles of the paper or the presentation is The Dynamics of Vowel Sounds in the Highland and Lowland Nusa Penida Balinese Language. Okay, Bu Sosio, time is yours. Okay, 15 minutes, right? Okay, sorry, 15 minutes for you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my turn. For the next 20 minutes, I would like to share this presentation with the other two young men here. So because I'm the most senior one, they assigned me to do the introduction. Right. So it's going to be very short introduction. And this is again about what we found in Nusa Penida Islands. And yeah, I forgot. So that's my name. The second one is Wahyu, and the third one is Ari. Wait, cancel. Yeah. No. Oh yeah, not written. Yeah. This is the topic of our presentation. So the dynamics of vowel sounds in the Highland and Lowland Nusa Penida Balinese language. So still we are going to deal with Balinese language, but in different dialect, which is spoken by people in Nusa Penida. But the fact that we found that in Nusa Penida itself, which divided into two area, Lowland and Highland language, we found out that they a kind of slight different way of the pronouncing words. Yeah, the reason for doing this, maybe people think, why would we compare same language? But actually this is very interesting considering that the islands, which is famous because of tourism nowadays, is divided into highland and lowland area, which brings differences in how they pronounce some words. So the reason for doing this research is to explore phonological variation influenced by geographical, historical, and sociolinguistic factors. Now, villages in Nusa Penida, I put only the names of the villages in the mainland of Nusa Penida because another one is called Nusa Lembongan, which is an island across the the Nusa Penida mainland. So I didn't include that research on another island, on Nusa Lembongan. So in the area of lowland, there are 5 villages called Ped, Toyopaka, Kutampi, Batu Nunggul, Swana. I hope it's correct because we have someone from Nusa Penida here. And then the highland Nusa Penida consists of Tanglat, Sekartaji, Batu Kandik, Kelumpu, and Pejukutan. Right, the characteristics of Nusa Penida. I have talked about the characteristics of Nusa Penida before. So generally, I could say that this is quite big islands with the hilly ones. I think Dr. Max is familiar with this island, and he was enjoying himself going up and down the hills, right? So because we are going to talk about the dynamics of vowels in 2 different geographical area, I would like to present some aspects that we can consider as maybe some of them are the scapegoats of the differences in vowel sounds. So this is the characteristic with some aspects. Geographically, the lowland Nusa Penida is more accessible for migrants from Bali or the other islands. So you know that how nice, how carved the roads are. Because I thought I said to Dr. Max, this is Bali, very artistic one. So even the roads are carved. So you can enjoy yourself. You have your body massage there, right? And then for highland Nusa Penida, the migration was more internal and gradual, considering that how difficult it is to reach those areas, those villages. For land use, there are differences because one, the lowland is close to the beach, another one, the highland is far from the beach. Settlement periods also. They settled earlier due to the easier access to the coast and the flat area actually. And then populated for highland, it's populated later due to isolation and difficult terrain. Population density, yeah. The lowland is much easier to access, so people tend to live there more than the ones on the highland. And then cultural exchange, very much affected by Balinese for the lowland. And then the highland, because it's rarely visited, tend to preserve the older one. Religious patterns, yeah, so it's influenced by the Balinese as well, and really influenced by the highland is really influenced. And this one, the language context, I think is the important factor why the lowland people have different way of pronouncing some words. The oral tradition influenced by mainland for the lower land. As it is mentioned before, it's easier to access. So the percentage of land areas have been more exposed to external cultural, economic, and political influences due to geographical accessibility. So, yeah, they tend to change. It means that they have a shift between the older Nusa Penida language into Bahasa Indonesia or Bali due to the economic value of the other language to which they did the switch. And then the highland areas have historically been more isolated, resulting in the preservation of older traditions, dialects, and social structures. And it goes without saying, it goes like this because as the access is more difficult to go to the highland area, the preservation is easier, little bit easier to be done. These differences have created distinct linguistic, cultural, and historical identities within the same islands. So then the next thing that we are going to have a look is by using certain word lists, we found some differences of how the Highlanders pronounce some slang, some words compared to the lowlanders. And this is the responsibility of Wahyu to present.
Right. Thank you, Ibu Sosyawati, for the opportunity. I would like to continue these presentations. We collected this word list of Nusa Penida dialect using Swedish list of 207 words. And the word list, the forms is in English. And then we ask for two informants from one of the lowlander and one from the Highlander, Nusa Penida. And then we asked them to record as usual, as what OCSEAN summer course already taught us how to record, transcribe, and so on. The word lists have 30 semantic domains, and these are the these are the semantic domains and the words that we collected. For example, the pronoun I. Usually we have ako in Indonesia and in the Philippines, but then in Nusa Penida dialect we have kola for the lowlander and kula for the Highlander, which we still believe that it shares some similar cognacy, because in Tiboli I guess it's ako, and then in Indonesia in general it's aku, so we still retain some of the segments of the word. And then the other, so the first part, the first word is the lowlander, and then the later word after the slash is the Highlander. Sorry. So based on this, we can see that since we focus on the phonological changes of the lowlander and Highlander, we come down to this dynamics of vowel. So we see that there is a general rules applied in the dialect of lowlander and Highlander of Nusa Penida. So the phoneme O, or like kola, changes into u, kula, and that's it's a general rule applied to the words that have the same phonemes. So like bunga, in Balinese mainland, we will say it as bunga, like in highland, but then in lowland, they call it bonga. So this is actually a very interesting findings. We believe that this is anecdotal research result, not systemic, because as what Ibu Sosyawati told us previously, Highlanders usually retain the old forms of the language, but here we see that the Highlander actually exhibit similarities with the Balinese mainland. So in Balinese mainland, we will see kulo as for the word dog, but then in the lowland, our informant said it's kolo. So I guess this is very anecdotal, not systemic. Thank you very much for the timekeeper. This also, the front mid vowels for in the lowland changes into E in highland dialect. So eda turns into ida for the third person pronoun. Henkan for how, and then in the highland it becomes inkan. This one, this finding is actually aligned with the findings in 2020 of there are two scholars that studied the variations of highland and lowland languages or dialects in the South America, and then one of the result is central vowel is very common for lowlanders. So I guess we have some similarities for the lowlanders. So maybe that's because the factor is very natural. So maybe because of the geographical factors and so on. This one, we only have one word that exhibit this from the Swedish list, but since we have this kind of finding, we would like to extend the word list. So we ask them several words that has this kind of phoneme structures. So taluh become teloh. So from schwa becomes a in Highland. So this one is also the last vowel dynamics that we have in Lowland and Highland Nusa Penida. The conclusion, Ari, would you like to go switch? Yes, so that's all for the analysis.
Thank you, Wahyu and Ibu. To conclude the presentation, for the conclusion is the geographical position has resulted in the dynamic vowels. Like we have found two interesting things that we can conclude. One is the vowel O in Lowland language change into vowel U in Highland, and the vowel E in Lowland change into E in Highland. Language are easily to explain because they change with the same phonological environment. But our another findings is the dynamics of or schwa in Lowland language change into a in Highland language. It is occurs because in a different phonological environment. This might because of the fact that the Highlanders need stronger articulation, the A one compared to the Lowlanders or schwa, which is weaker and easier to pronounce. To conclude is also, this is affected by the geographical things. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, another.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, another question. People in Highland may use u more because it needs less air and mouth opening, making it easier to say where there is less oxygen. It's helped people speak more easily in high places where breathing is harder. The highlands have more wind and thin air, so u sound might sound clearer and travel better when people. The a sound is preferable for lowland speaker because one, they can open their mouth more since there's plenty of oxygen. The A sound is easier to hear in forest and humid places. It is relaxed sound, so it's easy to say.
Hey.
So the E sound is preferable for highland speaker because E sound is easier to say in places with less oxygen. It needs less effort than open vowels. The E sounds also travel better in windy and thin air. Historically, lowlanders may have been influenced by mainland Bali or other islands, while Highlanders may have retained older Austronesian vowel patterns. Highlanders prefer high vowel due to their geographical conditions. Thank you. Matur suksma.
Okay, thank you very much, Sosio, Wahyu, and Ari. And now we open for two participants. If you have any question, please.
Is there any question? You can approach us.
Oh,
later
come on.
If you have any question.
George? Oh, yeah, Dan. Back to Dan, okay.
So I'm speaking for the discussion around the table.
Yes.
So the hypothesis that you have sounds quite testable. It should be replicated in other islands where there is quite a high range. So is there anywhere that you could look to where this data is?
Right. Thank you for the question, Dan. We can actually see that, but then for the Balinese mainland, although we have the low and the lowlanders and the highlanders in mainland, we cannot have the same phenomenon in Balinese mainland because in Balinese mainland we have standardized Balinese. So I guess people, young adults or like adults mostly, they are already imbued with the Balinese standardized Balinese from education sector. So that's why we will, most of them have shifted into more a standardized Balinese. But then if we can find another islands in that parts of Bali province that has the same topography, topographical conditions, geographical condition, we can test this hypothesis as our findings in the lowlands of Central Vowel is the same with in South America. So maybe this hypothesis of highlands and lowlands can be more strengthened with other studies, that these variations are mostly affected by the natural force, like that. Does that answer your question? Thank you. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you very much, Dan, and thank you very much. Give applause for Bu Sosyo, Wahyu, and Ari. Well, we're gonna invite our last speaker in this session, Mr. Imade Sena Dharma Setiawan, with the title is like Structural Representation in Bilinguals, Evidence from English, Indonesian Translation. Okay, Mr. Imade Setiawan, floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Wait a second. Forgot to swap my role because I'm the speaker right now. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. This is my study that I have started this year. So it's still on progress. So don't worry, I won't take your time too long. Because I haven't actually reached to the analysis point yet, because we're still recruiting participants as of now, we're speaking. So this is the title. It's prone to some changes later. I mean, I believe myself, I will change this later. I'm not really sure about the last word here. Yeah. So it's basically an experimental study involving two languages, English and Indonesia. And I'm doing it using a very interesting topic, I believe. It's structural priming. So, and I will have to apologize because my second speaker, Liris, cannot attend today's session because she's feeling a bit under the weather. Yeah. So begin with what is actually structural priming. So I'm putting it in very layman terms here. So it's an exposure to particular syntactic structure with the probability of producing similar structure. So we're basically testing if a person is being exposed to a certain structure, will they be able to produce a similar structure? That's it. As easy as that. So I'm replicating UNUD et al. Study in 2025. It's still preprint, actually, but there are several things regarding her study here that we have to know first. So the aim is particularly the same, but there will be some additional aim later. So the aim of UNUD et al., generally speaking, is trying to figure out if there are any shared or overlapping grammatical representations. But in my study, I'm testing it to English-Indonesian bilinguals, obviously. And then in UNUD et al. Study, they found that there are significant effect in the verb repetition, but minimum in the noun repetition, and that is why in my replication study, I'm replicating it only to verb. And then because I'm using only the verb, I'm using the same stimuli as what they did, using double object structure and prepositional dative structures. I will give you the example of the sentences later. It's fairly easy. And then in Arnett et al. Study, this is the major thing that we change here. The previous study by Arnett et al. Is using large language models, while I am doing the experimental study using human participants. And because I am using human participants, there will be additional findings in the reaction time and the judgments. Yeah, so the primary foundations for my study, I'm taking it from Pickering and Brannigan in 1998. So it's we depart from a concept of monolingual structure priming, and then move on to the most important concept that we found out in Hatsuekar et al. The first major study regarding bilingual structural priming. And then several understanding about structural priming is here as well. Differences in language pairs, Chinese English. This part is very interesting because in different language, it turns out it's not repetitions that matters, but more on the cue retrieval. It's quite interesting. And then there's also pauses study. And then these are basically just the concept that I took for justifications for a method of experiment. From Anna Ferreira, for example, their study found out that there are it's less effect for the bilinguals if we put long-term exposures. So basically, if you prolong the training, the effect will be less. I mean, it would be better for non-bilingual. Yeah. And then from Ivanova Ferreira, 2019. So it's better to do it in this structure, ones that I said before. And then here, yeah, it supports naturalistic setting rather than lab control one, because most of the study that I found, obviously I searched it in the internet, most of those experiments are done in lab control setting. So our experiment is by, we designed it using, I'll tell you later. Sorry, I'm moving on too fast. Yeah, so this is the part where I'm telling you. We are designing the experiment using a tool called Gorilla. So it's an online experimental builder. It's gorilla.sc, sorry. If you Google it, you'll find it. I have actually done similar study, not quite, but I've done it using the same audio responses. And obviously, I'm taking the subjects from my students, which I found well-versed in the language, both languages, English and Indonesia. And then these parts are very common. I'll also put it here. Okay, limitations on the language pairs, and then not the noun, but only the verb bias. So there are specific considerations that we found during designing this experiment. It turns out that the language pair here, it's not just we're trying to focus on the verb. It turns out we can't exactly use the noun. Like, for example, here, these are the example of the sentence. So if you put the monk throws a hat to the sailor, the translation for that in Indonesia would be pendeta itu melempar topi ke pelaut itu. It's that translation, while if you put it in a different structure, which semantically the same, the monk throws the sailor a hat, yeah, different structure, it becomes pendeta itu melempar pelaut itu dengan topi. I mean, it's semantically it's the same, but it's different. Yeah, but if we put the same stimuli using noun, like this, for example, the girl's ice cream is blue and the ice cream of the girl is blue, the translation for that is basically the same in Indonesia. So it turns out we can't use it. It's not that we're just trying to use the verb, but we can use the noun as well. Yeah. And then for the number of participants, we decided using this application for the t-test to independent means, priori, two-tailed tests, 0.5 effect size, error probability, 0.05, 80% power, and there we go. There you go. We have 128 participants that we need. So these are the verbs that we were testing. And we're doing it in 2 different tasks, simultaneous and sequential. So basically in the simultaneous, am I still good with the time? Yeah. For the simultaneous one, we're basically expose the participants with, obviously with training first, and then we're giving it, we're exposing them with, which one was it? I think it's Indonesian language with a picture. And then we're giving a picture with English language while we're recording the response, the audio response in different language, which is in Indonesia. Pretty much it. So yeah, these are the example of the sentence. Oh, I forgot to mention, the sequential ones, we don't, so we put the same, we give exposure to the English language, while we're not giving any more, we're not asking them to translate again, but we're just giving them pictures. So we're waiting for the audio responses through different languages. So these are the sentences. We randomize it with fillers as well. Yeah, this is just basically the screenshot of how it goes. I don't think you can see it. It's still on progress. It's too small. Yeah, this is basically how the practice trial goes. And then these are how the sequential goes, along with the instructions here, always available. And yeah, this is the steps to analysis. The analysis part we're planning to do. We cannot evade the use of manual coding. So like we have to manually code the responses first, because the responses will be in audio, so we have to listen to it. That one is obvious. So we're going to download the responses first in form of CSV or Excel. I'll probably prefer CSV. And then edit those, adding it with manually coded those files with the responses by listening to each of the audio. And then this is how we're going to code it, this too. Yeah. And then this is our plan for the analysis. This is the important bits that we're trying to use later on in the coding. I mean, as far as I understood, R is still preferable in this term because it has LMA4 and everything, but I have just completed my secondment in Bristol studying Python, so it would be a waste not to use Python. Yeah, I think that'll be all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Sena, for your talk. And I think this is the one and only the experimental research, right? So far, I meant. Right. Okay, now we open for 2 participants. If you have any questions. Any questions? Wahyu? Okay. Okay, I will count down in the 5, 2, 4, 3, 2, 1. No, oh, okay. We have one question from Larry, please.
Because that is an experimental design, I'd like to ask, how did you control the factors that could affect the setup? the factors that could affect the setup, because this is dealing with human entities, and we cannot avoid the effect of these factors that which cannot be controlled.
Okay, thank you for the question. Yes, it is an experimental design, albeit it's done through online. So yeah, obviously there are things that we cannot control, but we did recruit the participants, since these are our own students. So we can assure that they are doing it quote unquote correctly, because there are layers. I can't exactly. Well, if you still remember the slides earlier, there are layers to, for example, there are layers to the way that participants can enter the link. Like I'm putting layers like it can only be done through a laptop, so you can't use like phones or anything. And I'm still debating if I need to put like a time limit to it. Yeah. So other than the things that I have told participants, obviously, like telling them to please do it in a very quiet place so we can hear those kind of things. So we put all the necessary things in the information sheets and consent forms as well. But I mean, obviously, there will be chances of their making mistakes. Obviously, yes. Yeah, because in my experience, I've recruited, like during my study, I have recruited my past study, recruited along the lines of 400 participants, I think, using audio responses as well. And one of them are recording their audio responses while being drunk. So those are the things that I cannot I don't think I can control those things. Yeah. So basically, there will be, but by putting up time limits and everything, and then the devices and the line, yeah. There are obviously limitations to that. Thank you. I hope it answers your questions. If there are any others, please.
Okay, Larry, is it enough? Okay, anyone else? Okay, if not, give applause for who have any questions? No? Oh yeah, Mr. Richard, please. One more question. We can have one questions. Yes.
I'm just curious, how can the findings be applied in the real world context, since this is experimentation?
Yeah. Well, this is very, I mean, the thing that I'm doing right now is very conceptual. So it's basically, in the grand scheme of thing, I'm trying to see, there are other studies doing structural primings using other languages. So they have found shared representations of those languages. But we're trying to see correlations between languages, like how similar they are. Like, would it actually matter? So if we are seeing similar pattern here between one language and the others, because we're talking about bilinguals here, so the representation of those languages in our mind, basically, if we have those shared representations in our mind, that would, I would say, changes how we think of a language, changes how we learn language, changes how we face language, how we acquire language. Yeah, so, I mean, it's a long stretch, I understand, but yeah, theoretically, it would be a good foundation to further studies. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Richard, for the question. Okay, give applause for Mr. Sena, and this is our last part, our last speaker in this session, and of course, I'm Dendi Wijaya as moderator. Thank you very much, and Master of Ceremony, back to you.
Thank you.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to our second presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on, we kindly invite the moderator, Mr. Dendi Wijaya, and all the speakers to come forward. We would like to invite Ketut Artawa, Igusti Ayu Kudin Setiawati, and Imade Sena Dharma Setiawan to come forward. And we would like to invite Dr. Monica Carmen from Tara University to hand over the certificate. Right, we will have a photo session to the committee. Allow me to lead. Right, in 1, 2, 3. Once again, 1, 2, 3. Thank you to the moderator, speakers, and Dr. Carmen, and you are kindly to return to your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, before we continue, we will have a coffee break. However, before that, we also like to remind you all that all the participation, there will be poster exhibitions. So to the participant who present their poster, you may attend your poster. You can come to your posters now. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the list of the poster which you may read in here. There are 15 participants in the poster for the Oceanic and Southeast Asian Navigators Auctions International Conference. So ladies and gentlemen, time is yours. Ladies and gentlemen, a quick reminder for anyone that already pre-ordered the conference polo shirt, you may collect the polo shirt in the committee. Once again, to anyone that pre-ordered the conference polo shirt, you can collect it in the committee. Thank you.
Water. Fancy water, not the plastic cup. Yes. Timing. We moderate.